Pretty quiet in my ear.
I think I just need to get loud. Hello and welcome to the IMG Academy here in Bradenton, Florida for Day 3 of the 2026 Bradenton Parafencing World Cup. Day 2 was full of close semifinals and finals, proving the mental toughness every fencer must have as they play the game often referred to as physical chess. This is the third and final day of individual competition with medals on the line in women's epee and men's foil. Day 3 will have a total of 122 athletes enter the field as they look to test out strategies and tactics before qualification for the LA 28 Paralympic Games begin. We begin today with our semifinal matches, where these athletes will battle for a spot in the final in their quest for gold. I'm Lauren DeLuca, and I'll be taking you through the action of this World Cup. And today joining me in the commentary box is Garrett Schoonover. Garrett Schoonover is a 2024 Paris Paralympian, Team USA fencer, and also a regular guest in the commentary box. Garrett, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me, Lauren. It's great to be back here with you. We had so much fun together the last time we got to do this, and I appreciate you inviting me back.
Of course, Garrett, thank you for being here with us. So we are about to begin our semifinals of the day in women's epee category B. We have Sakurai from Japan on the left, and then Bronte from Italy on the right. On piece 2, we have Jana from Thailand, and also Stradzinska from Poland. These athletes, they had some tough wins in the table of 8. Right now, though, we are setting distance. Garrett, what is distance in parafencing?
So because the wheelchairs are actually strapped to frames, unlike so many wheelchair sports where the athletes are free to wheel about a court of play, because of the forces we're applying to these chairs, we have to be strapped down, or we're going to be on the ground every lunge and every retreat. So, as it is a game of striking, we have to be in striking distance. So for epee, we're going to take distance where you can see some of the fencers are extending their arm. Another fencer holds their elbow at 90 degrees, tricep parallel to the floor. We're looking for the tip of the epee to reach the elbow, and it's at the preference of the fencer with the shorter arm. The distance can be set anywhere between the 2 points of the fencer's arms, where the tip is at the elbow. It is strategically advantageous to some people to play it close. Other people like to push the distance and hunt for targets in a different way. So we'll see how these 4 fencers decide to play it.
And our first semifinal of the day will be on piece 2 with Jana from Thailand and Stradzinska from Poland. This is both of these fencers' second time on the semifinals piece. Jana, she actually won the other day in the foil senior individual event. We will see if she is able to add yet another gold to her collection. As we know, Jana is one of the queens of parafencing. She is the proud owner of multiple gold medals. She got all 3 golds at the Paris 2024 games.
Yes.
We will see if she adds, again, just another gold to her collection. Our distance has been set. Now in epee, the target area is everything above the waist, including the hand. A touch is scored with the tip of the blade. And our athletes are wearing these aprons that cover their legs. Make sure that any touch scored to the non-valid target area does not count. We are about to begin the presentation of the athletes and the referees. If you are just tuning in, welcome to the semifinals of the women's epee category B.
For the women's epee B semifinals. On strip 1, fencing on your left, Karolina Stradzinska. On your right, from Thailand, Sasini Jana. Fencing on strip 1, on your left. Sophia Brunati. And on your left, Henri Sakurai from Japan. Thank you, and the first bout will begin on strip 1.
Again, if you're just joining in, we are about to begin the semifinal in Women's Epee Category B. I'm Lauren Deluca. I'm joined by Garrett Schoonover. We'll be taking you through the action today. Our first semifinal will be on piste number 1, Sakurai from Japan versus Brunati from Italy. Now, these two have yet to fence each other in epee in the semifinal, so I am anticipating, Garrett, that these athletes will be taking time during the bout to try to figure out what the other fencer reacts to.
Absolutely. Where this is a weapon that both fencers can score simultaneously, I expect both of them to set up and take some time to determine actions.
Both fencers are being patient, both testing some distance as well. Sakurai was able to really build on her patience. She waited until Brunati came into her distance, is able to hit her as she came closer to her. Brilliant first touch. Both athletes came in for that touch, but Sakurai was the only one successful getting the light on. She still leads 2-0. We have about 1 minute and 47 seconds left in this period. The first period of a direct elimination bout will go for 3 minutes, so both athletes still have plenty of time to try to get that lead. In a direct elimination bout, there are 3 3-minute periods. We'll see if we'll go to full 3 periods. Brunati now on the board. Sakurai still leads 4-1. She waited till Sakurai came into the distance and was able to hit her as she came in. Brilliant first touch there, Garrett.
And as a fencer, getting that first touch on the board is key to having the confidence to continue, and we see that here. She's starting to feel more comfortable with this distance.
Brilliant arm touch there. Brunati just one touch away from tying it up with Sakurai. Bernardi is doing an excellent job, Garrett, this whole bout, keeping her point on Sakurai, so anytime that Sakurai makes a mistake, she's able to capitalize it and score a touch.
Yes.
And that tactic is proving crucial here. Bernardi is now just 1 point away from tying it up.
Sakurai is doing a very good job of throwing these flicks to the hand, but disengaging over, under, forcing Bernardi to use her bell guard as a shield, which takes time away from putting her point on target.
Bernardi does it. She ties it up 5-5 with just 44 seconds left in this first period. We will most likely be going to a second period here, Garrett. Double touch. In epee, it's the only weapon in fencing that if a double touch is scored, both athletes get the point. Both athletes went in with the lunge, but Sakurai only being able to hit that light on. She leads 7-6. All right, and we do take a 1 minute break once a fencer reaches 8 points here in para fencing. At the break, it is 7-8 with Bernardi from Italy in the lead. Garrett, this has been a really close bout, this whole semifinal. If you were in the semifinal, what would you be thinking as a fencer?
When the score is 7-8 in epee, you're really still looking for one light touches. There can be strategy when you have a lead to double touches, but at this point, both fencers need to really consider how they're going to achieve touching without receiving a touch from their opponent. They've both found a distance they're comfortable with. I've seen adjustments from both sides, so I'm curious to see what adjustments they make coming out of the point break.
13 seconds remaining in this break. We will be heading into a second period. It's going to be 3 minutes, that second period, or until the first fencer gets 15 touches. Here we begin the second period of this first semifinal in women's epee category B. Ms. Brunati from Italy with the lead, leading 8-7. Beautiful attack there from Sakurai. She ties it up 8-8. Both fencers are also picking up the tempo as well, putting the pressure on their opponent. They are trying to see who will mess up so they can capitalize on any mistakes.
Another double touch.
Sakurai is pointing to the scoreboard. She's trying to tell the ref, hey, the score is supposed to be something different.
Brunati signaling to Sakurai that her skirt is not covering the back of her chair. Is a courteous move from one fencer to another for fair play.
Sakurai has just been having such beautiful lunges this whole bout. She's really using her back arm as a B fencer to propel herself forward. As a B fencer, you don't really have full control of your core muscles, so power from that back arm is crucial.
She's been doing a lovely job of commanding the middle space. Bernardi seems to be more comfortable from the back of the chair and deciding her moment to enter the space, but Henri has taken charge of the middle.
Sakurai now just 3 points away from getting that 15th touch, making her way to the final. And we'll see if she can do it. Again, Sakurai came in. Bernardi hit her as she came in. She's just 1 point away from tying it up. One more point for Sakurai, and then she will make her way in the final. Bernardi stays in the fight. Just need to win by 1 touch in para fencing. Sakurai from Japan is moving to the final in women's epee category B.
Congratulations to Henri Sakurai, who moves on to the final.
Huge congratulations to Sakurai from Japan. She'll be moving on to the finals. Bernardi from Italy not going home empty-handed. She'll be taking home that bronze medal. I'm really excited to see Sakurai in the final, especially because she has proven to be an aggressive yet patient fencer.
She's made good adjustments throughout the bouts, observing what her opponent does in response to her, making good adjustments to take control of the space again, removing those opportunities from her opponent and saying, I see you, I see what you're doing, but I got something for you.
And now we're going to go to piece number 2 for our second semifinal. It is Jaina from Thailand versus Strawinska from Poland. Now, Garrett, the last time these two fencers fenced each other was in 2023 at the World Ability Sport Games in Thailand, where Jaina won 15-4. That was about 3 years ago. Does that help you? Does that help a fencer when they fence someone forever ago?
It can. Sometimes if you have a match that, stands out in your memory with a fencer, even if it was years ago, it affords you a little bit of an opportunity to get in their head. If you know that the last time you fenced this person, they took you to task, then it plays at those strings in your mind. But at the same time, it could also be fuel for the fire for students to come back and make a point today and say, I am here. This is not going to turn out like last time. 3 years is a long time in fencing, and we have seen people make amazing strides and progress in becoming better athletes, better fencers, making better decisions. It'll be an interesting bout, and I'm excited to watch.
Strawinska with the first touch of this semifinal in women's epee category B. Both athletes came in with that attack, Jaina only being successful getting the light on. Some infighting there. Jaina being successful, getting that single light on. Going to take a brief pause. Strawinska, her legs are spasming. Don't worry, she's A-okay. Just need to apply some pressure and that spasm will go away soon. Garrett, earlier you were saying the skirt in epee. I often refer to it as an apron, but the apron or skirt in parafencing ensures that the target area in epee being waist up, it cancels out everything that's below the target area, which is the legs.
Yes. Just like the floor, it is charged with a low level of electricity. In epee, we're actually looking to break the circuit that's established through the system. So the whites, the mask, anything that doesn't have that current traveling through it will break that circuit. That the skirt or apron is there to keep the action going.
Jaina is being relentless here. She is holding her ground. Every time that Shrinzik comes off of on guard just a centimeter, Jaina is there ready to hit her. She still leads. The score is 6-4.
Very different from our last match. You see where we are in the score, and only 13 seconds have come off the clock.
Double touch. Both fencers add a touch to their score. We are going to take a 1-minute break at 8. This is much different, Garrett, than our first semifinal. Our first semifinal, there was more pauses as athletes were more patient. But these two athletes, they are here and they are saying, I'm ready to make this final.
And it can happen this way. Epee can be a street fight, or it can be a game of patience. We've seen matches end at 9 minutes with less than 15 points, and we've seen matches finish prior to the introduction of the 8-point break in epee, which is new this cycle.
It is.
We've seen epee matches finish before an entire minute has come off of the clock. It really depends on the athletes and their game plan, and it looks like both of these two have a similar plan where they're bringing the heat, they're bringing the speed.
We are about to end this 1-minute break. It is Jaina from Thailand leading 8-7 versus Turinska from Poland. We'll enter our second period, and that will be for a total of 3 minutes or until the first fencer gets 15 points.
Jana appears to be calling for the referees to review the score after that last double touch. They'll be returning Stravinska's score to a 6. They awarded her a second point erroneously after that double touch.
Jaina still leads with a new score, 8-6. I have been impressed this whole bout, Garrett, how Stravinska is able to lunge, but also hold her lunge position. She's trying some infighting there.
Coming out of the point break, it does seem her coach addressed the forward nature of her actions from the first period. We've seen her sit back in the chair off the LA, both of these last two exchanges. That one she was successful. A lovely stop flick.
Beautiful attack there from Jaina. She brings her score to 10. Jaina leads 10-7. Stravinska, she is on the hunt trying to catch up to Jaina, but because she's so aggressive, Jaina is able to pick her apart with her blade. She is just now 3 points away from securing her spot in the final. That's really tricky, Garrett, especially when you're at a deficit. You need to make up time. What would you tell Stravinska right now?
At this point, she has been pushing the action into a space that Jaina is comfortable with. Clearly, she was working that space effectively in the first round, but Stravinska had some success going back in her chair and trying to draw Jaina to her. I would suggest that she return to a little bit more of that reserved space. Take the time to see the actions that Jaina is throwing at her so that she can respond appropriately. But it is very stressful. When you see those points, you see the deficit, you feel the pressure.
Jaina from Thailand is moving on to the final in women's epee category B.
Moves on to the final.
She will be joining Sakurai from Japan in the final. Brilliant bout there. Congratulations to Jaina to moving on to that final, but also Stravinska on her browns. This is the second time that Stravinska will be on the podium here in Bradenton, Florida. Thank you for joining today for our semifinal coverage of the women's epee category B here at the Parafencing World Cup in Bradenton. We'll be streaming soon for our final, but also our semifinal in men's epee category A. I'm Lauren DeLuca, and this is Garrett Schoonover. We'll be here. We hope you join us too. Hello and welcome to the Parafencing World Cup here in Bradenton, Florida. We are about to see the Women's Epee Category B final. It is Sakurai from Japan on the left versus Jaina from Thailand on the right. Our athletes right now are on the piste. They are setting distance. Now, Garrett, the last time these two fencers fenced each other was actually in 2024 in Cardiff. The score, though, was 14-15 with Jaina winning. Now, as a fencer yourself, what do you do when you're entering this final with that previous knowledge in your mind?
I think you have to take it as your most recent piece of data fencing. You know, anytime you go up against somebody, and I'm sure you remember this, you think through previous bouts. You say, maybe I've seen this person once, maybe I've seen this person 10 times, but the most recent bout is the one that kind of lives atop the heap. And for both of these individuals, I'm sure they're very aware of the results of their last meeting. And, I mean, was that in the final? Where was this? Was it a DE in Cardiff that these two met in?
It was a DE because it
Okay.
was 14-15. I'm unsure if it was a final or not, but still, DEs, in my opinion, any stage in the tableau holds the same amount of pressure because you're always trying to get to that next level. If it's the table of 8, table of 4, and a semifinal, and now final. And if you are just joining, we are coming to you live from Bradenton, Florida. We are about to see the Women's Epee Category B final. I'm Lauren DeLuca, and this is Garrett Schoonover from Team USA joining me. Now, this is also a Category B. In Category B, these fencers have impairments that impair their core muscles. Most of these fencers are paraplegics, meaning they are full-time chair users, and because of this, they will rely heavily on their back arm. That back arm will pull themselves forward and backwards. Garrett, as a Category A fencer, what would you say Category B fencers need to be more conscious of when fencing?
Well, when they crush the distance, when you don't have that core muscle to rapidly whip back, to remove your target from the space of your opponent's tip, when you go in committing to a space, you have to be ready to defend with the blade. So we see a lot of Category B fencers actually do have superior blade work to a lot of the Category A fencers because they have to rely so heavily upon it. Whereas a lot of the Category A fencers can rely on some physicality that some of these Category B fencers don't have due to the nature of their disability. I do one thing similar to the Category Bs where I can't push off with my back thigh as well. I, like the Category Bs, push into space with my back arm on the bar and pull myself with that back arm quite a bit. We see a lot of these fencers enter and exit the space rapidly, and it's amazing to think that in some circles it's coming from the legs, and in this circle it's coming from the arm.
Gold medal bout. Fencing on your left from Japan, Sakurai Anri. And on your right from Thailand, Sasini Jana. Our referee is Leo Curtis. Video, Paul Harris. And our assistants, Gabriel Assis and Tong Zue. Thank you and good luck.
Introduction of the athletes and referees is done. Going to be entering this final. Now, there will be a 1 minute break once a fencer reaches 8 touches. This final will go to a total of 15 touches. Sakurai with the first point there. Now in epee, the target area is everything above the waist. The touch is scored with the tip of the weapon. In epee, there is an apron that the fencers wear so that cancels out any hit that's scored to the bottom of the torso. Gina with a beautiful touch to the arm. She now leads 1-2. Gina again with a lunge. Sakurai also tried to close the distance there. However, she was not able to get that light on. Two lights means a double touch, and in epee, it's the only weapon in para fencing that if a double touch is scored, both athletes retain a point. The blade work that Gina has, she's able to really keep her point on Sakurai. So even if Sakurai comes off the on guard just a millimeter, she's able to hit her. And with that, we're going to take a 1-minute break. At the break, it is Gina from Thailand leading in this final 2-8. Garrett, if you were Sakurai's coach, what would you be telling her right now as she is just 6 points away from tying Gina?
Well, I would say not to stress the point difference, because we've seen easily, people who have pushed into space to try and bring back the score quickly sacrifice a lot of that timing and distance in an effort to bring that score back rapidly. Right now, Sakurai is spending a lot of time trying to flick over around Jana's bell guard, but Jana can feel that, and as she senses that pressure against the bell guard, she is using that to drive with opposition against Sakurai's blade and drive into target. So at this point, I would hope that Sakurai is spending a little less time trying to flick over around the bell and looking for a different target, creating a different opportunity.
Going into the second period, it is Gina from Thailand leading 8-2 in the final in women's epee category B. Gina has such a powerful lunge. A lunge is where a fencer propels themselves forward beyond that on guard position. With just 2 minutes and 33 seconds remaining in this period, Gina is now 3 points away from claiming the gold. Three to 14, 1 point away from that gold medal for Gina. Double touch, and with that, Gina from Thailand is the women's epee category B champion here at the Para Fencing World Cup in Bradenton.
Our gold medalist, Sasani Jana, and our silver medalist, Sakurai Henry.
Congratulations to Gina. What a brilliant final that was. Gina, the whole time, she was able to be in control of that bout. She's taking home her second gold medal of this World Cup. She previously won the other day in the foil event. Also, a huge congratulations to Sakurai as well. She'll be bringing home that silver medal. Garrett, what were your takeaways in that final?
Jana looked comfortable the entire bout. At first, it looked like Sakurai had a fair amount of confidence in her actions to the hand, but as Gianna was able to pick up those points, driving through those flicks, driving through those attacks in opposition, I could see that the confidence levels shift. Gianna is always confident, but she's one of the best in regards to never being hurried. We talk about getting sped up. When your game plan has a certain pace to it, one of the worst things that you can do is let your opponent drive you into feeling as though you need to move faster than your plan or than you're ready to, because either you're pressured to score more points or pressured to respond to some action from your opponent. Jana never presented that. The entire time she seemed calm, collected. She was never forced into an action that was outside of a timing that she chose.
She is one of the greats for a reason. And that does conclude our coverage of the women's epee category B event. Our victor was Jaina from Thailand. Sakurai from Japan took home that silver. We still have more fencing today, Garrett. Coming up very soon, we have the men's foil category A semifinals. Then also later this evening, we'll have the women's epee category A and then men's foil category B. Again, I'll be here. I'm Lauren DeLuca. I'll be taking you through all the action, and Garrett Schoonover from Team USA, he will also be joining me. Please stay tuned. See you soon. Hello and welcome to the Parafencing World Cup here in Bradenton, Florida. We are about to start the semifinals in men's foil category A. I'm Lauren and this is Garrett with me. We'll be taking you through the action today. Our first semifinal will be against Platania Parsi from Italy versus Fernandez Ansu from France. Our second semifinal is going to be a all-China final versus Zhang and Cheng from China. Now, this is really interesting, Garrett, because on piece number 1, these athletes are 22 and 24 years old. They are Gen Zers. When on the other side, these fencers are a bit older. They are not Gen Z. And to me, I just think makes me think this sport is evolving. The newer generations coming in, they're taking their place. What's your thoughts on that?
We have our own athlete from Team USA who's coming into his own. We're starting to see this sport reach a younger audience. When I started, I was one of the younger people coming in. There were still some fencers that were younger than me, but just in my own time, I've seen a good many fencers come through, younger than me, starting after me, and quickly outpacing me in the sport as well, as these two have. I expect our own young fencer will surpass me here in the next couple of years. And it's just the nature of sport. One generation ages out, another generation takes up the torch.
Now, in parafencing, though, we have athletes who have been around since Athens 2004, though. What do you think is the advantage of being older in a sport like parafencing?
Well, in fencing, it is one of those sports that does have a skill aspect, not just a strength or a speed aspect, like some sports where it truly is purely output. How high can you jump? How fast can you run? How much can you push? When there's a skill aspect involved, you have the benefit of wisdom with years of experience and exposure to the sport. So some of these older fencers, while they may not have the speed and the strength or the capacity to go deep into the rounds cardiovascular like they may have once had, they now benefit from years of experience in the sport, years of understanding these opponents and seeing different styles, so that when they see something on the piste, while they may not be able to respond with the ferocity that they once were able to provide, they're able to respond with wisdom. And there are some fencers out here, some of these old guys, they're gray, wily foxes, and they're still winning.
Fencing is truly a sport for life. All right, when we see our fencers, they're just setting distance. This is foil. So in foil, touches are scored with the tip of the blade, and touches are only valid if someone hits that valid target area, which is that sabre lame. Only covers the torso and a bit of that mask. These fencers are Category A fencers, meaning they have full control of their core muscles. These fencers are often having lower limb impairments. That could be cerebral palsy, that could be limb differences as well, or just muscle weakness too. That can be from stroke early on. I'm super excited to see these semifinals again, because we do have the Battle of Gen Z on one piece, and also the Battle of the Veterans on the second piece. Garrett, we are in Florida, USA. You represent Team USA. How does it feel to be competing at a domestic World Cup?
I love that we're getting to host more events. Prior to our last opportunity to host, which was in January of 23 in Virginia, it had been decade plus, possibly 2 decades since the last World Cup was hosted in the United States. But as we approach the Los Angeles Games, I know that internally USA Fencing really wants to bring more events to the States, to put on a good show and say, we're hosting Los Angeles Games for a reason. We're here to play. And I feel so far that this tournament has gone well. The event has largely been on time. Fencers are happy with the accommodations. The tournament has been pretty well run. I haven't heard of too many issues that aren't the typical things, chairs breaking, weapons failing, the stuff that comes with fencing. Largely it seems like the few bugs that we had the first day when some of the equipment check did not arrive on the time that we expected, delayed some of the gear check. But since then, it has been a smooth running tournament.
And speaking of bugs, there's been hardly no mosquitoes too at night, which has been a
Thank
plus.
goodness. I must say, I'm from the desert, so this humidity is something foreign to me, no matter how whether it's here in the States or abroad. It's something to contend with. Your back bar is slippery. Your weapons sit different in your hand. You're just sweating faster. You're sweating through more. People are going to have to drink more water if they're not used to this environment. And that's part of the game. Everywhere we go, the environment is a little bit different. Even though it is indoors, when it is such an extreme change from the environment you're used to, you have to take that into consideration when you're putting together your plan.
We are about to begin the presentation of the athletes and referees. Garrett, I am expecting that both of these semifinals will be rather fast. Just because foil is one of the fastest weapons in parafencing, but also because these are Category A fencers who have fenced each other before. We'll get into that more later.
Athletes and officials for the men's foil A semifinal bouts. On strip 1, fencing on your left, from Italy, Luca Platania Parisi. And fencing on the right, from France, Quentin Fernandez-Ansou. Referees is Harut Kachatron. Video is Yelena Zolkovic. The assistants are Hideki Sato and Andres Quevedo. On strip 2, fencing on your left, from China, Chen Yang. His opponent from China, Zhang Sai-Chuan. With the referee is Pierre Pupati. Video, Ileani Panagiati Malaya. Assisted by Sato Hideki and Andres Quevedo. Thank you. First bout will begin on strip 1.
And here we are about to begin the first semifinal in men's foil Category A. Platana Parsi from Italy versus Fernandez-Ansou from France. Also, Garrett, one of these fencers are left-handed. Actually, we have a lefty-righty bout for both of these semifinals. What advantage does a left-handed fencer have?
Well, just as we were talking about with age, exposure, repetitions, everybody is more accustomed to fencing right-handed fencers. So the left-handed fencers typically have an advantage simply because their target space is a little less practiced on.
I Googled it the other day. Only 10% of the world's population is left-handed.
Sounds about right. Does that hold in parafencing?
Maybe we should do a research on that. Now that white light means a fencer hit off target, not scoring on that silver lame. Garrett, what do you think happened to there?
He was holding his arm as though he had some muscle strain, or just we're 3 days into a tournament in a hot, humid environment. The cramps have to be setting in at this point. I've seen more than a handful of athletes walking around stretching their arms, using their theraguns on their forearms particularly, where it's so much finger activity, and these are small muscles. Deeper into the days of competition or the rounds of competition, we're going to see some overuse.
Platania Parsisi with a brilliant lunge there. He ties it up a 1-1. We have 2 minutes and 38 seconds remaining in this period. Fernandez onto with a brilliant parry for repost there. He ties it up 2-2. One thing that I really like, Garrett, about Fernandez Onsu is that whenever the referee says all right, he retreats really far back into his chair, almost limiting the available target area for Platania.
Gives him that extra split second to see the action and decide upon an action rather than just react.
Both these fencers are fencing like rockets. They are so fast. It reminds me of my favorite fun fact about fencing is that the tip of a fencing weapon is the second fastest item at the games after a bullet in the shooting events. Some hesitation from Platania. Fernandez Onsu took advantage of that. He further cements his lead 3-5, now 3-6, with just 2 minutes and 7 seconds remaining in this period. Halt was called for Platania Parsisi to fix his sock. Platania with a fast lunge there. Fernandez Onsu tried to took that parry, or that block in simpler terms, was not fast enough.
Sometimes where that target space includes the groin with this weapon, which is the lowest target in parafencing, the parries that work in the other two weapons just drive your opponent's tip into valid target space.
Even though Platania's light was on, no touch was awarded because Fernandez Onsu had the right of way there. He hit off target. No point was awarded. Platania Parsisi is trying to get a lunge. He's been able to get a point of his light on, but Fernandez Onsu stops his action with that parry. Fernandez Onsu hits off target, therefore Platania is not given that point. What a beautiful attack there. That brings us to the 1 minute break at 8. So Garrett, the last time these two fenced each other was at the 2025 World Championships. Not that was for the other bout, sorry. It was in 2023 in Warsaw. The score there is 15-5 with Platania winning. Now we see Fernandez Onsu's kind of rewriting history. What would you tell Platania right now as he is trailing behind his opponent?
Well, back in 2023, they were teammates. We have to remember that Platania transferred to Team Italy after the Paris Games. So these are two fencers who they've trained together, they've practiced together, so they have an understanding of each other's game. However, Quentin was also only 19 years old back then. So as Quentin has grown, just in the time that I've fencing, he has gotten taller, his arm has gotten longer, he has put on muscle. And as we've seen, time and repetitions, having that ability to synthesize information upon repeat visitations of the same scenario can yield positive results over time.
synthesize information. We can tell that you're a doctor in training, Garrett. All right, the score is 4-8 with Fernandez Ansu representing France. He is in the lead as we enter the second period. The direct elimination bout will go to a total of 15 touches. The attack was off target. No point was awarded. This period has slowed down just a little bit from the first period. Do you think a little bit of that was nerves in the first period, Garrett?
A little bit of nerves, a little bit of being in the semifinals. I think they've also reassessed. They're both fast. And when you're both fast, you're not surprising anyone.
Fernandez Ansu with a beautiful attack there. He still leads 5-9 with about 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Parry riposte was initially called not valid. Platania Parsisi has asked for a video replay. Each fencer in a direct elimination bout, they get 2 video calls. If they are successful in the call, they get to keep each call. However, if Platania Parsisi, if he calls this video replay and he still is in favor of Fernandez Ansu, that means Platania Parsisi will lose a video call and will only have 1 remaining. Referee has made his decision. The call stands. Platania Parsisi is down to 1 video replay. Fernandez Ansu, he was back in that retreat position and he kind of used that momentum to propel himself forward for a fast and powerful lunge. He leads 5-10.
He's having success finding that low line target just beneath Platania's cuff and into the lower line of the vest.
And the point was originally awarded to Platania Parsisi. Fernandez Ansu has asked for a video replay. And the further that Fernandez Ansu gets to 15, we see his confidence build. He knows he can do this. He is hungry for that gold medal. We will need to see, though, if he first secures his spot in the final.
He has had a string of successes lately. Recently in Budapest, he was instrumental in France's team success. Personally, his individual performances have just continued to improve in the last 6 months, and it's been wonderful to watch him come into his own as a fencer.
All right, that video replay was successful for Fernandez Ansu. He keeps his video replay. He is now just 3 points away from cementing his spot in the final. 2 points away. He leads 5-13.
Final attack, no. On guard. Right, Ali. Attack, mal correct, no. On guard. Right, Ali. Attack, no. On guard. Right, Ali. Yes.
Pair repost for Platana Parsisi. He gets his 6th point of this semifinal.
Right, Ali. Attack, no. On guard. Right, Ali. On guard. Right, Ali.
That is the 3rd touch in a row for Platana Parsisi.
On guard. On guard. Right, Ali. Final attack, no. On guard. Right, Ali.
Fernandez Ansu stops Platana's scoring rally. He is now just 1 point away from securing his spot in the final.
On guard. Right, Ali.
Platana Parsisi is still very much so in this fight.
Attack, no. On guard. Right, Ali. Final attack, no. On guard. Right, Ali. Attack, no.
Platana Parsisi trying to lunge, but just coming short off target.
Attack, no. On guard. Right, Ali.
Very smart from Fernandez Ansu. He checked his opponent's lame, making sure that if he hit, the point would go off.
And the referee asking him to check with him before he does it in the future. But he's being very smart. He's playing back. He's waiting for his moment. He only needs 1 touch, so he's trying to limit opportunities for Platana Parsisi.
And there's nothing but time. We have about 1 minute and 6 seconds remaining of this period. We can go to a 3rd period if needed.
On guard. Right, Ali. On guard. On guard. Right, Ali. No. On guard. Right, Ali. Attack. No. On guard.
Just under a minute here. Both fencers are still taking their time. We're going to go ahead and take 1 moment to fix a mass strap.
On guard. Right, Ali. Attack mal padre.
And the touch is initially awarded to Platana Parsisi. Fernandez Ansu has asked for a video replay. He believes that touch was his winning touch. Our referee is taking a moment to watch the video review. Our referees will be looking for whoever had the intention to hit first. Referee has made his decision. And the score is now at 10-14. Fernandez Ansu from France still in the lead.
En garde. Prêt? Allez. Halt. Parada. Reposta. No, parada.
Fernandez Ansu taking a moment to fix his foot strap.
En garde.
Taking a moment to collect his thoughts as well. He is just one touch away from his final. Now, the touch was initially awarded to Fernandez Ansu. However, Platania Parsisi has asked for a video replay, as is his right. I do think that as Fernandez Ansu, we will see Fernandez Ansu is going to the final in men's foil category A.
Congratulations to Canton Fernandez Ansu. Moves on to the final.
Garrett, that bout was amazing. It was so energetic. Both fencers were really battling for their spot in the final here. Platania Parsisi will be taking home that bronze. Fernandez Ansu, we will see him soon in the final. But we have to get through our next semifinal. Our next semifinal, it's an all-China semifinal. We have Zhang on the right and then Chang on the left, both from China.
I had the pleasure of fencing both of these gentlemen today.
Now, these two fencers, they also fence at the same club in China, so they are very familiar with each other.
Test.
This is a direct elimination bout. We will be going to a total of 15. We will also be taking a 1-minute break once a fencer reaches 8 touches. Now, the last 2 times that these two fencers faced each other, we had at the 2025 World Championships and then also earlier in 2025 in Edgar. It was always Zhang who won. At the World Championships, it was 15-7. In Hungary, it was 15-9. We will see if Chang is able to win this time around.
As we mentioned, the last match between a pair of fencers always lives atop of the heap in your memory. We'll see if Chang has figured out an answer to his teammate.
This is also our second semifinal, too, of a lefty versus righty. Pretty rare in para fencing. I feel like, though, I need to go buy a lottery ticket because we've seen 2 semifinals with a lefty-righty pair. The tag was not valid. No point is awarded. Chang is trying to hit his opponent, but just keeps on hitting off target. Garrett, what would you give advice to someone about, they're just so close hitting on target? What would you tell them to maybe change about their game?
Well, this early on, every fencer has their muscle memory that they're going to revert to. And I saw this earlier today with Zhang, where when he retreats, he pulls his hand roughly about the level of his floating rib. For Chang, he could look to that low line target. He's certainly long enough that he could reach his opponent, but he seems to have been hitting Zhang's wrist a couple of times here on his lunges. If he looks to that low line target that's a little bit nearer, he may be successful in reaching it. Zhang finding target space there.
What's also different from this semifinal to the previous semifinal is that there's no cheering section. Oftentimes when two people from the same country fence each other, there's no coaches in the box, there's no one in the crowd cheering them on. That's out of respect for both fencers and their craft.
Yes. We've had plenty of U.S. versus U.S. matches this week, as we've had so many local fencers come out for a World Cup closer to home, and every time the coaches have to explain to the new fencers that they won't be getting the support that they would normally see.
Brilliant attack there from Zhang. He leads 1-4. With just about 2 minutes and 23 seconds remaining, he furthers his lead 1-5.
Right there's a highlight of a mechanic that only works in a lefty-righty bout. Pronated flick to the chest. Both opponents can try it. Zhang here showing it to us twice in the last 3 touches.
Chang, even though his light came on, it was Zhang who had priority there. No point was awarded. Both athletes came in with the attack. Zhang, however, is the only one able to put the light on. He still leads 1-7.
You see that both athletes attack like that, and you see only one light. In a lefty-righty match, I often look to see which fencer pronated their hand and changed the angle of the tip. We see the downward curve, and that pronation on a contra-handed fencer is what yields that angle that is going to catch enough fabric that it's going to depress the tip. I believe Chang's thumb was still on top, and the curve was pointed down, and it glanced across his lame where Zhang's found fabric, found purchase, and depressed the tip to make the light.
We will see if Zhang can go ahead and continue his lead and make his way to the final. The first fencer, 2:15, will be in that final against Fernandez Anzu from France. We are about to begin the second period in this semifinal. It is Cheng versus Zhang, both from China. Zhang from China is in the lead 1-8. The winner of this bout will be moving on to the final. Hold was called. Cheng false started. He will be given a yellow card. That is a warning. If he false starts once again, he'll be awarded a red card. In return, Zhang will be awarded a point. Cheng lunged, was not able to make the hit. Zhang was able to hit him on the body. Beautiful attack, beautiful touch there, speaking to the patience needed in para fencing. Cheng picking up some speed. We'll see if he can get some more touches. And he does it. That's his third point in a row. Looks like Cheng was hit by Zhang in his arm. It does hurt a lot, Garrett, when a fencer just hits you straight on, especially with the blade.
You take a flick to that radial nerve.
This is Cheng's 5th touch in a row. He shortens Zhang's lead by 4. Zhang stopped that 5-point lead. Zhang now 4 points away from securing his spot in the final. Our referee is taking a moment to look at the video replay. He was not able to see initially who scored the touch there.
It happened so fast. I'm sure he's just checking to make sure that he didn't miss a potential malparé in that scenario. With both of these fencers, as quick as they are on their reaction and their timing, we want to make sure that we get the right call or award the right touch.
And we are also taking this moment to reset the piste. Our fencers move so much that we do have to reset them on the piste to make sure they are in frame for that video replay camera. How strong Cheng must be to be able to just pull the piste by him. Point was awarded to Zhang. Zhang leads 12-6. Body wire was stuck underneath the frame.
When you're up there, you can feel if you're high-centered on even the smallest of objects.
It's kind of like the Princess and the Pea. Beautiful lunge attack there from Cheng. He gets his 7th point in the semifinal. Both athletes failed on their initial attempt. Zhang, though, however, was able to retreat just a tiny bit and get that 14th touch. He's 1 point away from getting into that final. Cheng says, I'm still in this fight. He gets his 9th point.
Allez, allez. Effort riposte, non. Remise, touche, point.
And with that, Zhang from China is moving to the final in men's foil category A. Congratulations to him. Cheng, his clubmate, will be bringing home that
Congratulations to
bronze.
Zhong Twin, our second finalist.
Zhang, he will be joining Fernandez Ansu from France in the
Our gold medal
final
bout will commence
in
shortly.
men's foil category A. That will be a final, Garrett, that I'm sure is going to be full of speed and also just aggression. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's going to be an interesting bout. Both Zhang and Fernandez Ansu have a lot of speed. Fernandez Ansu has a lot of recent momentum in the field. He's been an up-and-coming athlete. He has the hunger and the drive to compete. Zhang has a little bit more time in the field and some experience under his belt. We see that quick riposte. We see the off-angle target that he can still find. It's going to be an interesting bout for sure. We'll see if the young can take on the more seasoned generation of fencer.
Yes, we still have some more fencing left in the day. Please stay tuned. We still need to crown a victor in men's foil category A. That'll be on shortly. It'll be Zhang from China versus Fernandez Ansu. As always, I'm Lauren DeLuca. This is Garrett Schoonover from Team USA here with me in the commentary box. We'll be giving you the play-by-play. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome to the Parafencing World Cup here in Bradenton, Florida. We are about to see the men's foil category A final. We have Zhang from China on the left and Fernandez Ansu from France on the right. I'm Lauren DeLuca, and with me is Gareth Schoonover. We'll be talking through the action of this final. Now, the last time these two people fenced each other was at the 2025 Parafencing World Championships. At the time, Zhang was the success victor there. He won 15-5. Both of these fencers had really interesting semifinals. I'm really eager to see who will be the victor here. Our fencers are setting distance.
For folks at home, we set distance and foil the same as we set sabre with the right-of-way weapons. The distance is set to the tip of the weapon to the inside of the opposing fencer's elbow. And as in all weapons, it is at the preference of the fencer with the shorter arm whether they want to be closer or a little bit further from their opponent. Both of these fencers favoring a style that begins retreating back into the chair to give them a little bit more time to see the action before them, and then from there deciding how best to approach their target.
Introducing the athletes and officials for the men's 4-way gold medal bout. Fencing on your left, from China, Zhang Sai-Chuen. And fencing on the right, from France, Quentin Fernandez Ansu. Our referee is Andres Quevedo. Video is Yelena Zelkovic. And our assistants are Eliani Panagiati Malaya and Pierre Pupati. Good luck.
Presentation of the athletes and referees is finished. We are about to enter our final. Now, our final will go to a total of 15 touches. We will break for 1 minute once a fencer reaches 8 points. This is foil. Points are scored with right away. And only valid touches are scored on that silver lame covering a fencer's torso. Zhang with a powerful lunge right after the referee said allez. Zhang has such an incredible reach. Even though Fernandez Ansu, he's folding in that backwards defense position, Zhang is still able to reach him. Fernandez Ansu is on the board now. He ends Zhang's streak here. Yellow card given to Fernandez Ansu for false starting. Fencers can only move after the referee says allez. Brilliant attack there from Fernandez Ansu. He was able to hit Zhang because Zhang could not retreat as fast. Even though Zhang was coming in with the attack, The bout was paused because Fernandez Ansu hit off target, forcing the fencers to go back into the on-guard position and restart that touch. Two lights went on, however, Fernandez Ansu had the right of way there. He gets his third point in this final. Zhang, again, with a beautiful straight attack there. He gets his 8th touch, and that forces us to a 1-minute break. Now, looking at the stats of each of these fencers, Zhang, he holds 2 Paralympic gold medals from his team events, where Fernandez Ansu has yet to make his Paralympic debut. Garrett, how do you see that coming into play?
Well, as we were speaking earlier, Quentin is a newer fencer. He's a young man who has been coming into his own recently, whereas Zhang has a few more years of experience under his belt. He's been on the big stages. He's competed in the big moments. Quentin is newer to these big moments, and it's not that I'm seeing any of that stress presenting itself here, but being able to be creative in those moments at the end of a long day of fencing where you're tired, things aren't feeling as loose and ready as they were on day one. Sometimes that experience comes into play, and I believe we're seeing a little bit of that play out in front of us.
Heading into the second period, Zhang versus Fernandez Ansu in the men's foil category A final. Zhang from China leads 8-3. A red card is given to Fernandez Ansu because he lifted out of his chair. A lift in para-fencing is when a fencer breaks contact with their wheelchair. It is not allowed. That red card did give Zhang an additional point. Our referee is looking at the video replay. Fernandez Ansu gets his 4th touch in this final. Zhang, another great lunge attack there. He is so fast.
He's been changing up his targets, trying to keep Quentin guessing at where he's going to go.
Zhang was given a yellow card for false starting. Zhang with a parry repost there, 2 points away from securing the gold medal. Both fencers going in at the same time. It's a bit hard to see who had the right of way there. That is because now the referee is going back to the video replay to see if the slowed down video will give him an answer to see who had the right of way there. Touch was called simultaneous. Both fencers moved at the same time. No point is given. Zhang with his 14th point, 1 point away from the gold. Our referee is talking to the assessor. The assessor is the referee on the side. I wonder what she saw. Maybe a potential lift? In parafencing, we do have 2 assessors, and their job is to ensure that athletes are staying seated in their chair. Referee's going to take a look at the video.
For the convention is two squat and red card for lifting. Okay?
And because of that red card, Zhang from China is our winner here in men's foil category A.
Zhong Saichuan, our gold medalist, and Canton Fernandez Ansu, our silver medalist.
What a fabulous bout from Zhang there. He was cool, calm, and collected. Really showed how being a veteran in this sport allows one to prevail in moments like this. Zhang will be bringing home that gold medal. Fernandez Ansu, though, he will be bringing home that silver medal. And what a well-fought silver medal as well, especially after such a tough semifinal. Garrett, Zhang did win that by a card. How do you feel? What do you think is going through the minds of both of these athletes?
It's never fun to lose on a card. It's a little bit. It feels like the dramatic ending was robbed. You've ever read a book where you got through the ending and it wasn't what you wanted it to be, or a movie that even if you thought you had this culmination coming and it never arrives. It's a hard one because it's still a victory, and credit to the fencers for getting to this point. Zhang fenced a wonderful match, but sometimes that 15th touch never actually happening. Feels like it was decided out of his hands. I lost on a card today, so I'm feeling for Fernandez Ansu right now. But he fenced a wonderful, wonderful day of foil. He's still taking home a silver, well-earned piece of hardware, and he can take that home proudly knowing that this is just the beginning. He is a young man. He's got many years ahead of him. He is on the rise in this sport, and I expect to see good things from him. Zhang holding down the fort in foil.
Yes, he is. I imagine we'll see him tomorrow in that team event. Again, congratulations to Zhang from China on his victory, and also Fernandez Ansu on his silver. It's great being here in person, Garrett, because we get to see that Fernandez Ansu is able to share his silver medal with his parents. A beautiful fencing moment indeed. We still have some fencing left, Garrett, of the day.
Yes.
We have women's epee category A, the men's foil category B. I believe they just entered the tableau of 8, so that means semifinals will be happening soon. So make sure you turn on some notifications. We'll be here. I'm Lauren DeLuca. This is Garrett Schoonover. See you very soon.
Welcome to our men's foil award ceremony. Let's please welcome the men's foilists. The medals will be presented by Kai Ziegler, WPF delegate and semi-commission member. The first bronze medalist, representing Italy, Luca Platania Parisi. Our second bronze medalist from China, Cheng Yang. Our silver medalist from France, Canton Fernandez Asu. And our 2026 Bradenton Parafencing World Cup gold medalist, representing China, Zhang Sai Chuan. And if you're able, please rise for the display of flags and the national anthem of China. Stand by. My apologies. Congratulations again to our men's 4-way medalists. Please welcome the women's epee medalists. The medals will be presented by Carol Anzolin, member of the WPF Referees Commission. Our first bronze medalist from Italy. Pardon. Our first bronze medalist from Poland, Karolina Strawinska. Our second bronze medalist from Italy, Sofia Brunati. Our silver medalist from Japan, Sakurai Henri. And now our 2026 Bradenton Parafencing World Cup gold medalist, representing Thailand, Sayansi Jana. And if you're able, please rise for the display of flags and the national anthem of Thailand. Congratulations to all of our athletes.
Hello and welcome once again to Bradenton, Florida, here at the Parafencing World Cup. We are being hosted at the IMG Academy. Now, the IMG Academy has honed great athletes like JJ McCarthy and Maria Sharapova. We will see today which athletes get to add their name to that tradition of excellence. We've had 2 finals already, but now we are about to see our third semifinal for the day, and that's going to be in women's epee category A. These athletes will be fighting for their chance in the final. Now, our first semifinal is going to be between Friedrich from Poland versus Chen from China. Then on piece number 2, we have Collis from Great Britain versus Zhou from China. These bouts are going to be, I'm expecting these bouts to be full of excitement, but also high pressure, as well as all of these women are used to the final piece. Right now, our athletes are setting distance. Now, distance in parafencing happens for that once anchored, the fencer with a shorter arm reaches and extends their arm and weapon to the determined appropriate distance. Now, in epee, the distance is set so the weapon tip touches the outer elbow. In epee, the target area is going to be everything above the waist. That includes the hand and even a pinky finger. Our fencers will be wearing an apron that cancels out any touches scored to the legs. This is the last day of individual competition here in Bradenton, Florida. Tomorrow we'll go on to the team event. Today is our fencer's last chance to win an individual gold medal. It has been a great day of fencing
Please
so far.
welcome the athletes and officials for the women's epee A semifinal. On piece 1, fencing on your left, from Poland, Marta Friedrich. And on the right, from China, Chen Yendong. Referee is Gabriel Assis. Video is Leo Curtis. And the assistants are Sean Shoemate and Paul Harris. On piece 2, fencing on your left, from Great Britain, Gemma Collis. And fencing on the right, from China, Zhou Shufeng. The referee for this bout will be Sean Shoemate. Video, Paul Harris. Assistants will be Gabriel Assis and Leo Curtis. Thank you and good luck.
This is a semifinal. The semifinal will go to 15 touches. We will break for 1 minute once a fencer scores 8 touches.
That's good. Angle. Rip. Allez. Allez. Push. Angle. Rip. Allez.
A double touch in epee. Once a double touch is scored, each opponent retains their point. Chen leads 2-1 in this semifinal. Friedrich with a single light, she ties it up 2-2. Another double touch.
gap, rip, alip. Al. Push, pop. Gap, rip, alip. Al. Gap, rip, alip.
This bout has been neck to neck. Chen leads 5-4. Beautiful touch there from Friedrich. She is being patient. She ties it up 5-5. Great touch there from Friedrich. Chen came in with the attack. However, Friedrich was able to stop her right before she was able to get that green light on. Both fencers coming in for the attack. Chen being successful there. Friedrich once again ties it up 7-7. This bout is anyone's to win. Chen with a beautiful lunge there for the 8th touch. That will force us into a 1-minute break. Now, the last time that these two fencers fenced each other in epee was at the 2024 World Cup in Cardiff. It was there that Chen won 15-7. Now, with how this fourth period has gone in this bout, I suspect that we'll be neck to neck. It's hard to say right now who will be the victor. Our athletes are taking this 1-minute break to rehydrate, but also to get some wisdom of advice from their coaches. As the 1-minute break expires, our handy dandy pit crew is going to come in so we can recenter our athletes on the piste. A huge shout out to the volunteers that has been assisting this whole World Cup. They have been able to ensure that our athletes get safely onto the piste, but also assist in matters like this, from bringing the whole fencing frame to the center of the piste. Heading into the second period, it is Chen from China that is leading 8-7. No cards. This bout will go to 15 touches, and the winner will be in the final. Beautiful touch there from Friedrich. She waits for Chen to come into her space and ties it up 8-8. Great continued attack there from Friedrich. She now is in the lead, 9-8. Chen with a beautiful direct lunge there. She's just 5 points away from securing her spot in the final. Both fencers coming in for the attack. Chen, though, being the first one to score. Chen has found her stride. She's confidently in the lead, and we see that in her fencing. She's being more and more so aggressive. A beautiful arm touch from Friedrich. She gets her 10th point of this semifinal. Chen initially tries to attack the arm. She lands her touch on the body. She's 1 point away from going into the final. With that double touch, Chen is moving to the final in women's epee category A.
Chen Yangdong, who advances to the finals.
A beautiful bout. Both fencers keeping their cool. It was Chen, however, victorious. She was able to get her win with such clean attacks. We'll be seeing her soon in the final. Friedrich from Poland will be going home with a bronze medal in the women's epee category A. And now we are gearing up for our second semifinal. Our athletes are moving their bodies, making sure that they are warmed up. If you are just tuning in now, we are going to begin our second semifinal in the women's epee category A really soon. Our second semifinal will be between Collis from Great Britain versus Zhou from China. Collis on the left and Zhou on the right. We're going to take a quick moment to readjust the fencing frame. some technical difficulties. Our refs are on the case. And here we are about to begin our second semifinal in women's epee category A. Double touch. Both athletes will be awarded 1 touch. Working through yet another technical issue. Looking at the tableau, Zoe, she was able to defeat Kim from Korea in the table of 8, 15-7 to claim her spot in the semifinal. Now Collis, she was able to defeat Rodriguez Mendez from Spain in the table of 8, 15-6 to get to this final as well. I'm expecting this semifinal to be relatively close in the score, as both of these fencers have been to multiple Paralympic Games. One great thing that has happened at this World Cup here in Bradenton, Florida, has been the fact that we had introduced a new country to the parafencing family, and that was the country Kenya. Kenya competed today in the epee event in the women's, and also yesterday in the men's epee event. Thanks to our amazing staff here, our technical difficulty has been solved. Double touch once again. That brings our total score to 2-2.
On guard. Red. Allez.
Beautiful touch there from Collis. She's able to stay on the offense and get that 3rd point.
On guard. Red. Allez. Point. On guard. Red. Allez.
Collis was coming in for the attack. Zoe, though, was able to hit her as she came in for that attack. She leads 5-3.
Red. Allez.
Double touch. Both fencers will get a point added to their score.
Red. Allez. On guard. Red. Allez.
So able to hit get her the 8th touch with one lunge. We take a 1-minute break at 8. The last time these two fencers fenced each other in epee was 2 months ago in Budapest. It was there that Zoe won 15-8. We will see if Collis is able to take the victory this time around. Now, Zoe did come in second place at the Parafencing World Championships held in September in 2025 at the 2025 Parafencing World Championships in Iksan, South Korea. Zoe also was able to come in second place just the other day here in Bradenton, and she took second place in the foil individual event. Entering the second period, it is Zoe from China leading 8-5.
On guard. Red. Allez.
Beautiful single light there from Collis.
Red. Allez. On guard. Red. Allez.
This bout has been full of double touches. Double touches are only allowed in epee.
On guard. Red. Allez.
We are nearing the point of the bout where double touches can be a little bit tricky. Both fencers are aiming for single lights.
On guard. Red. Allez.
Single light for Collis.
On guard. Red. Allez. On guard. Red. Allez.
Took a moment to readjust. Zoe's chair was a bit wobbly.
On guard.
Zoe still leads 13-9.
Red. Allez.
Great attack there from Collis.
On guard. Red.
A yellow card is being awarded for false starting. Collis moved before the ref said alle.
On guard. On guard. Red. Allez.
Both fencers went into the attack. Collis was the only one with getting the light on.
Red. Allez.
Another double touch. Zoe is now just 1 point away from securing her spot in the final. And with that, Zoe is moving on to the final in women's epee category A. She will be joining her teammate Chen in the final. That semifinal was so quick. Really showed how fast parafencing can be. Both fencers were eager to attack. It was full of double touches as well. Collis will be going home with a bronze medal. Zoe will also be moving on to the final, where she at least will secure our silver medal. Congratulations to both fencers. Our final for women's epee category A is Chen versus Zoe from China. Please stay tuned. We'll be coming to you soon with the final. Hello and welcome to our final semifinals here at the third day of individual competition here in Bradenton, Florida. These are the semifinals for the men's foil category B. Our first semifinal would be Sharanta from Thailand versus Fung from China. Then on piece 2, we have Kucha from Great Britain versus Zhou from China as well. It's our last semifinals, Garrett. What do you think we're going to be seeing today?
We've had a lot of close matches today between a lot of these fencers, and I expect to see close matches here. We've seen China come out hard and strong. They have been well represented in these semifinals and finals, and again we see two fencers from China here. Thailand has been putting together a monster of a team over the last few years, so it's no surprise seeing Sharonta here to represent them, and the ever-indomitable Dmitry Kutia making his presence felt. I expect that we'll see some good matches.
And through these matches, me, Lauren Delica, and Garrett Schoonover will be taking you through the action. Garrett, thank you once again for joining us here today.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Now, this is foil. Target area is that torso outlined by the silver lame. A point is scored with right away, and is also the tip of the weapon. Garrett, what is right away?
Right of way is established in 2 of the 3 weapons of fencing. It determines when one of the fencers has the right to score on an opponent, and it can be one of the more confusing aspects of the game for people who are new to fencing, new to watching fencing. But in a nutshell, in para-fencing, right of way is established by the fencer who first presents a credible threat to target. That can be taken away or lost if the fencer fails to reach target in that single attack, or if the opponent parries that attack. The right-of-way then switches to the other fencer. We see more rapid exchanges of right-of-way in para-fencing because we don't have footwork like the able-bodied athletes do, where you can see them march someone down the strip. So you'll see rapid back and forth.
Awesome. Garrett, thank you for that explanation. I know it's a bit hard for people to get the concept of right away. I always think it's like first one to show commitment, the first one gets it. It's a bit more nuanced than that. Our athletes are getting ready for this semifinal.
Introducing the athletes and officials for men's foil B semifinals. On piece 1, on your left, from Thailand, Chichipat Charoenta. On your right, from China, Fang Yangka. The referee is Sylvia Dovska. Video, Hideki Sato. Assisted by Elena Zelkovic and Andres Quevedo. On piece 2, on your left, Dmitry from Great Britain, Dmitry Kucha. And on the right, from China, Zhu Fanli. The referee for this bout will be Pierre Pupati. Video, Ileani Panagiati Malaya, assisted by Yelena Zelkovic and Andres Quevedo. Thank you. The bout on piece 1 will begin now.
First semifinal in a men's foil category B. Sharanta from Thailand on the left versus Fung from China on the right. Masks have been tested, refs and athletes being saluted. And here we go, Garrett.
Masks are on, game on.
Fung with a great direct lunge there. He's on the board with the first touch. Our referee is assisting with the mask wire, making sure it won't get tangled up in Sharanta's blade. Sharanta with the light on, he ties it up a 1-1. Fung again with a great direct attack. Two off-target touches in a row, resulting in that white light. Touches only count if it's scored on that silver lame. Neither a red or a green light will go off. Fung awarded that touch there because he had the right of way. With the parry repost, Sharanta has asked for a video replay. Every fencer has 2 video replays that they can use during the duration of the bout. A fencer retains both video replays if they are correct in their challenge. If the referee comes back and says Fung still has the point, Sharanta will lose 1 video replay. The referee still gives Fung the point. Sharanta down 1 video. Fung got that touch because he was able to move just a hair faster than Sharanta. What did you see there, Garrett?
Well, Sharanta is adjusting because he had a couple touches there where he was carrying the attack, but he had ceased his forward progress, effectively yielding right of way to Fung. And on that one, he did a good job of carrying it forward. Unfortunately, there was only 1 light.
Beautiful hit there. Sharanta waited till Fung was more in his distance. Was able to take a parry post there. Beautiful attack there. Sharanta was playing with his blade and was able to hit Fung on the torso. Sharanta now brings the score to 5-6. Fung still in the lead. Fung with a great direct lunge there right after the LA. Sharanta ties it up 7-7. What great momentum he is building upon. The touch was awarded to Sharanta. That means we will be taking a 1-minute break since there has been 8 touches awarded to 1 fencer. Now, this bout so far has been really close. Sharanta, he began the bout at a very big deficit, but he was able to climb out of that hole. He now leads 8-7. You know, last time they fenced each other in foil, it was in 2023 at the World Ability Sport Games in Nakhon Ratchasima, Thailand. At that time, Fung was the victor there, winning 15-6. We will see if Sharanta is able to continue this momentum into the second period of the semifinal to secure his spot in the final for that gold medal. Right now, though, it's hard to tell who will be going into the final with a score so close, 8-7.
Sharanta made some good adjustments in the middle of that bout. He recognized that playing forward was playing into Fung's strength. He's been playing back in the chair, waiting for a little bit more space and timing to take his actions. We'll see if Fung can return fire with adjustments of his own.
Heading into the second period, it is Sharanta from Thailand that leads this semifinal 8-7. Great touch there to start the second period. Sharanta strengthens his lead by 2. Fung going for the lunge, but just missing and hitting off target, resulting in that white light. Sharanta, his first attack was not successful. He was able to stay out in that offensive position and able to hit Fung as he came in for an attack. Brilliant. Fung, this entire bout, Garrett, has had some really beautiful clean lunges.
Yes.
That lunge once again. He's really powerful in that too, and he picks the perfect moment to strike.
Return fire from Sharanta. Sharanta is starting to build some beautiful actions, understanding that Feng can break into his timing so well. And another touch for Sharanta, a flick to the flank.
The referee is saying Sharanta did not get the touch because Fung started the attack. It was not valid though because he hit off target. Both athletes going in for the attack. Fung, the only one being successful, getting a light on. Sharanta still in the lead, 12-10.
Wonderful counter with opposition, diving into the attack and basically Robin Hooding the man's shot out from underhood.
That's quite a verb, Robin Hooding. Sharanta is now 2 points away from securing his spot in the final. He leads 13-11. Sharanta with a great hit there as Fung came in for the attack and then square in the torso. Sharanta now just 1 point away from the final. A double touch. Point is awarded to Fung. Sharanta is using his last video replay. He has challenged the call. Now, if he's successful, he keeps his video replay. However, if the touch still stays Fung's, Sharanta loses the video replay and will have no video replays left in the bout. Sharanta no longer has any video.
I expect to see Fong taking his shots when he feels comfortable breaking into Sharanta's timing.
Great body feint there. Fong has asked for a video replay. Ref originally said the point was off target. Sharanta did not count. Fong says, my light was on. I believe I had the priority there. Fong not successful there. Fong now just 1 point away from tying it up. Fong ties it up with a great lunge there. 14-14. Whoever gets the 15th touch will be making their way to the final. Our referee is taking one moment to go to the video to see who got the right of way there. Both fencers had the light on. It is customary that the referee must go to the video call, especially if it's 14-14. Sharanta from Thailand is moving to the final in men's foil category B.
Advances to the final.
A close bout there. Sharanta, he was down in the first period, came back. Fong tried to catch up to Sharanta, just so close, 1 point away from the final. Sharanta from Thailand did get that winning touch. We'll be seeing him in the final soon in men's foil category B. Fong will be taking home that bronze medal. Garrett, what about that was? It was keeping me on my toes.
Well, that was a fantastic example of fencers adjusting to one another through the course of a bout. Fong had some extra challenges this weekend as his classification was switched this morning. Initially, he was competing in Category A for the first two individual events of this weekend. Only today was he returned to Category B, where he has traditionally competed. And congrats on his bronze medal today. Through all of the changes, all the trials that he faced through this weekend, it's still a strong finish from a strong competitor. And now I look to see Sharanta carry this momentum forward into his next match in the final.
Second semifinal, Zhu from China versus Kucha from Great Britain. Kucha is looking to add another gold following his gold from yesterday. Our referee is taking a moment to fix the score box.
Technical support coming out to look at the box. This was the same box during the women's semi-final that also gave us some struggles.
You always need some drama at a World Cup.
And We've had it this weekend. Wheels getting ripped off of chairs mid-bout. Thankfully, no horrendous injuries this weekend that we know of.
Let's knock on wood. We still got
Correct.
some fencing left to do today and tomorrow.
Right.
Technical problem has been solved.
Regarde. Prêt. Allez. Attaque au fer gauche touche. 3.
Kucha ties it up 1-1.
Regarde. Prêt. Allez.
Beautiful lunge from the right.
Trading flicks to the flank.
Regarde. Prêt. Allez. Attaque parée riposte.
Kucha tried to lunge but was off target, resulting in that white light. White light. Try saying that 5 times fast. A referee taking a moment to fix Joe's body wire.
It appeared as he was starting to slide forward down into the seat of the chair as well.
There is a standard that the firmness of a fencer's cushion must be. Before an event, every fencer must take their weapons and the wheelchair through weapons control, and it must pass a series of tests.
I only recently read the language on the cushion rule again, and it says that the fencer who possesses the chair must be the one able to bend the cushion.
Prêt. Allez. Attaque au fer touche. 3. Regarde. Regarde. Prêt. Allez, allez.
Halt has been called. A false start and yellow card is awarded to Kucha. A fencer can only move after the referee says allez.
Regarde. Prêt. Allez. Attaque non.
Beautiful attack from Kucha.
Attaque non. You did 2 moves. Attaque non, remise touche. Regarde. Regarde. Prêt. Allez. Attaque au fer non valable. Attaque au fer droite non valable.
Even though Kucha had the light on, the attack from Joe was off target.
Regarde.
No point was awarded.
Prêt. Allez. Attaque non valable. Regarde. Prêt. Allez. Attaque gauche non valable. Regarde. Prêt. Allez. Préparateur.
Both fencers going in for the attack. Kucha was victorious there. He ties it up 3-3.
Regarde. Prêt. Allez. Attaque. Touche. 3. Regarde. Prêt. Allez.
3 points in a row for Kucha. He now leads 5-3 against Joe from China.
Regarde. Prêt. Allez. Attaque droite parée. Réponse gauche non valable. Regarde. Prêt. Allez. Attaque gauche non. Attaque droite touche.
Joe with a single light. He ends Kucha's streak.
Regarde. Prêt. Allez. Préparation gauche.
Both
attaque de
fencers
droite.
going in for the attack, both resulting in the white light. No touch is awarded. Taking one moment to ensure that the lame is fully down, presenting the full target area to one's opponent.
Regarde.
The bottom of the vest must reach the iliac crest of the
Prêt.
fencer's hip.
Allez.
What is that, Garrett?
Is the top of the hip bone. the most prominently felt, that most people can reach to their sides. And
Garrett Schoon over everyone, aspiring doctor.
Halt. Sound was not perfect for my alley, so no touch.
No touches awarded.
Regarde. Prêt. Allez. Attaque simultanée, attaque de la
Both
touche.
fencers once again going for the attack. Joe was able to be victorious there, getting a light. Dmitry Kutra still in the lead, 6-5.
Attaque, paré, touche, point.
Joe ties it up. It's now 6-6.
Regarde. Prêt. Allez. Halt. Parade riposte, contre riposte, touche, point.
The crowd is loving this semifinal. It is neck to neck with Kucha leading 7-6. We will be taking a 1-minute break once the fencer gets to 8 touches.
Regarde. Prêt. Allez. Halt. Attaque longue.
And with
Contre-attaque,
that,
touche, point.
Kucha is
1 minute
leading
break.
8-6 in the semifinal. We'll be taking a 1-minute break. Now, the last time that these two fencers faced each other in foil was at the 2025 Para-Fencing Championships in Iksan, South Korea. There, it was Kucha that was victorious. He won 15-11. Right now, he's leading the semifinal. We will see if he can go ahead and reach 15 touches, making his way to the final, and maybe getting a second gold medal of this World Cup. Garrett, what were your thoughts in the first period of that semifinal?
these two are going blow for blow, where in the last match we saw a wave for one fencer followed by a wave from the other fencer. We saw more of that back and forth exchange towards the end. Here, each touch could be either fencer's point. I've seen close double lights, calls that are almost mimicking each other, touch for touch, just going one way or the other.
And it goes to show that fencing, you have to fence each touch like it's a new bout.
We'll see what, if any, changes these fencers make after the point break. Getting some assistance, getting Zhou's foot back in position on the chair.
Now, as Category B fencers, it's really important that these fencers have all their body parts needed strapped down, because Category B fencers, they do not have full control of their lower limbs. Oftentimes, these fencers are paraplegics. They don't have their core muscles. They often will rely on their back arm to propel themselves forward and backward. And it's also just a safety thing to ensure that the athletes are securely fastened into their wheelchair.
And for a lot of these athletes, if they can't feel their ankles or their lower limbs, it's possible that they could get into a position that, even though they can't feel it, does cause further injury and stress to their body. Many fencers here have to pay attention to the alignment of their limbs, even if they cannot feel them.
Back in the day, I remember hearing a story how one Category B fencer, she actually broke her foot during pools, but didn't realize it until they were back in their hotel room and they just saw the bruising.
It's amazing. I'm sure she felt other factors of it throughout the day, stress in the body, responding to the event of a broken foot. Ah, of course.
And it looks like the coach from China is trying to get onto the piste. Something is wrong with the strap. Technical difficulties are never fun, Garrett, That being said, during a semifinal like this, it does allow the fencers just a little bit more time to collect their thoughts.
I just hope it's not too much time that they get cold.
Why would that be a problem, Garrett?
We've seen technical difficulties that have bridged such a gap of time that it actually does change the momentum of a bout. We had such an event in our World Cup in Hungary a few months ago where there were actually fencers still fencing a bout when the lights were turned off for a medal ceremony that lasted nearly 25 minutes to a half an hour. By the time the fencers returned to fencing, the fencer who was carrying the momentum through the bout had gotten cold, and the fencer who ultimately prevailed was the one who was falling behind pretty noticeably in the early half of the bout. So technical difficulties certainly can derail the momentum of a fencer's thought process and change the course of a bout.
Athletes also want to be warm because it's easier for their body to move then. Now that it's later on in the day, the fencing venue has less people. We are in Florida, so of course we are pumping the AC here. It's getting rather cold in this venue really fast.
I like it. It feels nice. But for these fencers wearing likely sweaty gear at this point, the cold will affect them. At this point, I do wonder if they are calling for someone from classification to come make sure that they have the right strapping.
If you are just joining, this is the second semifinal in men's foil category B. Now, you might be asking yourself, what is category B? In parafencing, there are 3 categories, category A, B, and C. At a World Cup like this, we only have category A and B. We actually have a really great graphic we're going to show soon on the screen that explains the differences between the classifications.
What is the purpose of classification? Classification ensures that athletes who compete at the highest levels have eligible impairments that impact their sport performance, and groups them together. This ensures a level playing field. Classification groups eligible athletes into sport classes. This is based on the extent to which their impairment impacts their ability to execute the specific tasks and activities fundamental to the relevant para sport. Para fencing has 3 categories and 4 classes. Category A has 2 classes, Class A3 and Class A4. This category is for athletes with good sitting balance and either with or without the support of lower limbs and who have an unaffected fencing arm. Category B has 1 class, Class B2. Athletes in this category have a fair sitting balance and normal or minimally affected fencing arm. Category C has 2 classes, Class 1A and 1B. Athletes in this category lack sitting balance and have an affected fencing arm. Their weapon has to be fixed to their hand with a bandage. In each category, athletes compete together regardless of their classes.
A fabulous infographic that the staff at World Parafencing put together so that everyone can understand the different categories in parasport. Now, one thing I love about parasport, Garrett, is that we do have the classifications that makes the game fair.
Yes.
It'd be really unfair if we had a category A fencer, a person with full control of their core muscles, against a category B fencer who doesn't typically have full control there. Now, parafencing has 3. Where some sports like track and field or athletics, most commonly referred to as, has, I believe, like 30 classifications.
There are many sports that have more classifications than fencing. I recently tried paraclimbing and attended a paraclimbing World Cup in Salt Lake City. within the climbing world, there are a dozen classifications. Every sport presents its own challenges. In sports like fencing, we have the chair as a relative equalizer that brings multiple disabilities under the umbrella of one classification or one category. Whereas others, such as athletics, as you mentioned, swimming, climbing, where the body is a little bit more exposed or the whole body is being used in the sport to a greater degree, then the variety of disabilities have to be taken into a greater degree of account.
Speaking of variety, in sports like athletics, track and field for us Americans, and swimming, you have the category of visually impaired athletes. Now, in parafencing, we have yet to include visually impaired fencing in our World Cup system, but visually impaired fencing does exist in the ecosystem of fencing. Garrett, have you seen visually impaired fencing yet?
I have not had the pleasure of seeing it in person. However, a gentleman that I work closely with is on the board of promotion for bringing blind fencing out into the light, not to make the pun. There has been talk of bringing blind fencing under the umbrella of parafencing or holding events simultaneously to parafencing. Consideration that would have to be made, and we were discussing this earlier, is we're such a loud crowd, but so many of the blind events require that the crowds and other participants respect that sound is such a factor for those athletes, and that we would have to figure out a way to make it a quieter space for their competitions.
One of my favorite Paralympic sports is goalball, where a official goes and kind of yells at the crowd to silence please, because these athletes will rely on their hearing to score a goal. But coming back to fencing, Garrett, it's hard to dismiss the fact that we are in Florida, which is a state in the United States, and the United States will be hosting the Paralympic Games in just 2 years. You made the team at the Paris 2024 Games. How does it feel to be on the quest for home games?
To make the Los Angeles Games would have a little bit of extra meaning for me. Los Angeles is actually where I lived at the time of my motorcycle accident and subsequent disability. So to be going back, which I hope to make the team, I am doing everything I can, I would feel in a way that I didn't let it beat me. It's coming full circle to that moment, to that place, and doing so in a triumphant, returning fashion.
Garrett, I know I'll be rooting you on in your quest for LA 28.
And you worked on the LA 28 board for a time, didn't you?
I did. So LA 28, they have an athlete fellowship program where they have retired Olympians and Paralympians come in and try to inform how do you put on these games. It was a great time. I was able to work on a lot of Paralympic matters that matter dear to my heart as a Paralympian myself. I did return back to my hometown, Cleveland, Ohio. Bit different than Los Angeles, California. But again, what an opportunity that was. All right, so we have gotten further clarification from our team about why there is a delay. Something to do with the strapping and how that impacts classification. Our technical officials and our classification team is working on that. No, classification, just the other day, we had Dr. Stacey Ann from Trinidad and Tobago. She was on the live stream. She was kind of bringing us through the process of what classifier is in parasport.
Yes.
Now, parasport, we have so many people in the ecosystem, but one thing that sets apart able-bodied sport and parasport is the fact that we have classifiers. Classifiers are medical professionals that come in, they assess about who gets to be in category A, category B, category C. Now, Garrett, since you're an athlete that's been through the classification cycle multiple times, what happens during classification through the lens as the athlete?
It depends on the disability. Persons like myself who have a very easily identifiable and visible disability, it's a rather quick process. We come in, I say, I don't have a leg. They say, no, you do not. Classified, we're already past the first step. For many of these athletes, particularly our athletes who have cerebral palsy, They have to go through rigorous tests focusing on range of motion, clonus, tone, to determine if they're eligible for the sport in the first place.
Thank you for that explanation. All right. The issue has been solved. We'll begin fencing soon. Kucha from Great Britain is in the lead 8-6 against Zhu from China.
Regarde. Prêt. Allez.
Zhu with a brilliant attack right out of the gate.
Regarde. Prêt. Allez. Attaque long.
Zhu ties it up 8-8.
Regarde. Prêt. Allez. Préparation à la table de gauche touche.
Both fencers going in for the tag. Kucha the only one being able to turn the light on. He now regains his lead 9-8.
Prêt. Allez. Attaque touche. 3. Regarde. Prêt. Allez. Préparation droite, attaque de gauche touche. 3.
Again, 2 attacks, 1 light. As we were speaking earlier, sometimes when that happens, it's something as simple as the rotation of the wrist.
Prêt. Allez. Attaque au fer long, la contre-attaque.
Zhu stops Kucha's win streak. Kucha was able to get 3 points in a row before Zhu stopped that.
Prêt. Allez. Attaque au fer gauche touche. 3.
Kucha's
Such
been
a
able to
pretty
take the high line there. He is now just 3 points away from securing his spot in the final.
Prêt. Allez. Attaque touche. 3. Regarde. Prêt. Allez. Attaque au fer non valable. Regarde. Regarde. Prêt. Allez. Attaque long.
Kucha now just 1 point away from the final.
Regarde. Prêt. Allez. Préparation droite, attaque de gauche touche. 3.
Final touch was originally awarded to Kucha. Zhou, though, has asked for a video replay.
Masque s'il vous plaît. La même chose, préparation, attaque de gauche touche. 3.
And with that, Kucha is moving on to the final in men's foil category B. Brilliant win there for
Congratulations
Kucha.
to
He'll be making his way
Kucha.
to the
He
final,
advances to
where
the
he will
final.
attempt to get his second gold of this World Cup. This bout was full of it, Garrett. You had people tying it up, changing the lead, and also that technical break as well. Kucha was the victor there. He'll be moving on to the final. Zhu will be taking home a bronze medal. Great bout, great fencing.
Wonderful bout. And Zhou, dealing with a classification issue in the middle of a bout can get into a fencer's head, because it's not only pausing the bout, but it's a question of the level of your disability and the level of your needs in the chair, and it's entirely unrelated to your fencing strategy, but it's something you have to minister to in the moment, just like a broken chair or a broken blade, a malfunctioning body wire. All of these things can amount to quite a distraction to a fencer during a bout. But congratulations on the bronze, and we will see Kutia in the final.
And both athletes handled that moment with such grace. Just speaks to the level of sportsmen both of these athletes are. Again, we will see Kucha soon in the final in the men's foil category epee. But first, we have to get to the women. The women will be soon fencing in the final in the women's epee category A event. It's going to be an all-Chinese final. I'm expecting that bout to go really quick, Garrett.
I imagine so. They do like to fence quickly. Both of our finalists for the women's category A epee. I expect to see fast shots, flicks to the wrist, a lot of movement back and forth in the chair. But where some epee bouts go to time, I don't expect that's what we will see this evening.
All right, please stay tuned. As always, this is Lauren DeLuca bringing you through the action with Garrett Schoonover from Team USA to my right. Please stay tuned. We'll be streaming the final in women's epee category A very soon. first time I saw UCLA, I said, hello and welcome to the Parafencing World Cup. Hello and welcome to the Parafencing World Cup here in Bradenton, Florida. I'm Lauren DeLuca and right by me is Garrett Schoonover from Team USA. We are about to see our second to last final of day 3. It's an all-China final. It is in women's epee category A, Zhou versus Chen in China. Now, I'm really excited because this is a rematch of the final at the 2025 Parafencing World Championships in Iksan, South Korea. It was there that actually Chen was the victor. She won 15-12. What a short score to compete at. We will see if Chen is victorious once again.
Well, as we were saying before the break, I expect these two to take sharp shots at the hand, a lot of body movement. We can see both of them already prepping, moving their torsos, twisting, bending, getting ready. I expect to see a good fight.
And what great semifinal matches these two had too. They defeated Friedrich from Poland and also Collins from Great Britain. This bout is going to be quick. It's hard to say though who will be the victor here. Now this is epee. Target area is everything above the waist, including the arms and the mask. These fencers will be wearing an apron or a skirt, depending what vernacular you are talking in. The skirt, it allows the fencer to cancel out any of the touches hit towards the lower end of their body. Back in my day, my sister used to say it was the princess day because our skirts made us look like princesses.
Oftentimes when I show videos of parafencing to people who are just curious about it, they see the skirts or aprons in epee and they're always very curious about it and what purpose it serves. For you electrically engineering-minded individuals at home, for epee, the circuit is actually open in the weapon, and the tip closes that circuit off. So we have a small current running through the floor and through the skirt, so that if the weapon depresses that button on either of those surfaces, the action does not stop. The fight continues. Lovingly, someone referred to it as a magic carpet earlier, though, and I think we need to take that up.
Introducing the athletes and officials for the women's epee gold medal bout. On your left, from China, Zhou Shufeng. And on your right, from China, Chen Lindong. Our referee is Gabriel Assis. Video is Paul Harris. Assistants are Leo Curtis and Sean Schunig. Good luck.
Garrett, thank you for that science lesson. Who knew that tuning into the Parafencing live stream, that one would get a bonus science lesson?
Courtesy of Scott Rogers.
All right, with the representation of the athletes and refs, we are about to begin our second to last final of this evening, an all-Chinese final. Now in epee, double touches do count.
Hang up. Hang up. Ready, allez.
Both fencers going back and forth, back and forth. Zhou has asked for a halt. Her chair keeps on moving back and forth. It's a quick and easy fix. Just gonna go ahead and tighten down the ratchet strap, which goes on the caster wheels of a fencer's wheelchair.
It's never fun when the chair starts moving in a way you don't expect. We trust that these chairs and frames hold us in place, and we throw ourselves with everything we've got at one another, and if those chairs are not in position, the likelihood of injury is high. We've seen fencers' chairs break this weekend. We've seen wheels get pulled off by the frame accidentally because the button that releases the axle gets pushed incidentally in the middle of the action. Fortunately, we haven't had any front straps break. That typically results in a fencer falling over backward quite hard as the axles just pivot rapidly with all of the force.
It is unsettling because as a fencer, you're moving left to right. When your chair gets wobbly, it moves front and back. So you kind of have an upset of your center of gravity there. Thankfully, we have a lot of volunteers in the blue t-shirts that have been assisting us this whole weekend at this World Cup, preventing any serious injuries.
Hang up. Rip. Ale.
Another halt. Zoe's foot strap came undone. Who knew that we had 2 bouts in a row that would have issues with a foot strap?
I had to find a welder this week to fix my chair.
In Florida or in Salt Lake?
Here in Florida, my foot plate sheared away from the bolt. Warm-ups first day.
Both athletes playing with a distance. Both athletes initially attacked each other, but was able to quickly recover.
You grab your. Yes.
A halt has been called.
Yellow card.
Chen lifted out of her chair. A lift in parafencing is when an athlete
Hang up.
breaks contact with their chair.
You can have the strip.
Zoe is asking about her foot strap.
The yellow. This.
Our referee is going to see what's happening. It looks like there were some issues with Chen's foot plate. Now, a fencing wheelchair is different than an everyday wheelchair. It's a bit higher, narrower. Also, in addition, we have the back seat. The back seat is shorter as well. And also the addition of that back arm.
Yes. I believe the yellow card was actually for raising her foot off of the plate, not for lifting off of the seat. And he's come up and inspected her foot plate. Zoe still asking for a replacement. It looks like the Velcro on her strap has run its course.
Garrett, what would you do in this situation? You know, you're in the final for the gold, and you're running into equipment difficulties.
I mean, there is reasonable time allotted for simple things. You know, it is ultimately the responsibility of the athletes to bring backup equipment for items like straps. Fortunately, we have a wonderful community of people who typically leap to and help out. I believe I saw some of Zoe's teammates run off to the area behind the bleachers to see if anybody has another strap that could be used to secure her foot.
Back. Wait.
When we were in South Korea last year for World Championships, I only brought one set of whites, and I got so sweaty that my shoulders were going off as target during foil, and then my hip, and then my thigh, and then my forearm, and my glove.
Oh, Garrett.
So it has been my responsibility now to pack an extra set of whites, an extra lame. You know, every fencer may have certain things that they know they're prone to breaking, whether that's a foot strap, the lap bar. I'm looking at you, Abe. You know, certain fencers use their chairs differently. There are some fencers who don't hold on to the back bar, and so they put so much stress and force into whatever lap band they bring. Other fencers who don't have their lower limbs bring extra straps because they have set up an anterior opposition panel of webbing to press into with their shins or across the lap to secure them into their seat. We'll see. It looks like one of her teammates did bring a new strap.
Teammates to the rescue. Now, Garrett, you've been to South Korea, you've been to Florida. You mentioned how sweaty it was in South Korea. Which place has more humidity, Florida or South Korea?
Well, South Korea in the summer versus Florida in the spring, I'd still have to say South Korea in the summer was the most humid of places I've ever experienced.
Fencers, we fence in all conditions.
We're still indoors, but I'm a baby.
Speaking of indoors, we are indoors here at the IMG Academy. IMG Academy is actually a high school of such elite athletes, such as J.J. McCarthy and Maria Sharapova. All these athletes had such a storied beginning as a youth, and they've been able to prolong that success into their adult careers. And it kind of goes to show also the wide variety of ages we have here in parafencing. Fernandez Ansu, we talked about earlier, one of our semifinalists in the Category A event. He's Gen Z. It's been really interesting to see how Gen Z has been challenging the legends of parafencing.
I believe we actually had a Gen A fencer here this week.
Garrett, I'm not ready to hear that.
Aren't you? Okay. I'm not sure. I would have to check on her age, but I do believe she might be right on the cusp.
I'm going to Google that right now, Garrett. All right, so Google says the oldest members of Generation Alpha, Gen A, are 16 years old in 2026.
So we did have one Gen Alpha fencer here, at least with Team USA.
Do not know how I feel about that, Garrett. You know, I qualified for my Paralympic Games when I was 16 years old.
You were telling me earlier.
And now I'm 10 years post that, and I get to think, oh, parafencing has changed so much domestically, too, in the United States. We've been able to host a domestic World Cup 2 times in the last 5 years. That was not even a possibility during my time as a fencer. And that is just a testament to what USA Fencing has done as a national governing body, and also World Parafencing too, as we look to expand our reach to different countries.
I've seen photos from events just 15 to 20 years ago, and the size and scale, the pomp, the production around these events has changed so much in that time frame.
And what an honor and privilege it is to be a part of Parasport in this moment. Speaking in this moment, our technical issues have been resolved. We are about to resume this final in Women's Epee Category A. Both athletes are taking their time to set up their attack. Chen is on the board. She took her about 56 seconds to set up that attack. Our referee has decided to go back into the video replay to see what happened there. Garrett, what do you think he's trying to look for?
I'm not sure, but he called a halt almost simultaneous to the action. It appears he is calling her for lifting her foot, calling Chen for lifting her foot from the foot plate again.
And because of that red card, Zoe is awarded 1 point. If Chen lifts her foot up one more time, Zoe will be awarded a point. So now leads 2-1. And both athletes are taking their time in this final. A direct elimination bout is traditionally 3 3-minute periods with a 1-minute break in between them. This is a direct elimination bout. The maximum that a fencer can score is 15.
Starting to see some of those faster attacks, those faster touches that we were talking about earlier.
50 seconds remaining in the first period. Both fencers going in for the attack, Chen being the only one to be able to put a light on. She gets her second touch of this bout. The referee is going back to the computer. I imagine he's looking for that lift once again. Our referees, they train almost as hard as athletes. They need to hone their skill to make what it takes to referee at a high level like this.
Another card for lifting her foot.
So now leads 5-1. Chen's second point was erased. 30 seconds remaining in this first period. Ten seconds. And with the halt, we'll be moving into a 1-minute break. Now that first period was mostly full of technical errors, or just cards, honestly. With Chen lifting up her foot, it resulted in a yellow card and then subsequently 2 red cards that gave Zhou 2 points added to her score. Now these fencers do fence at the same club in China at the Shanghai Center. And these 2 fencers too, they were part of the gold winning team in the epee event at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. These 2 know what it takes to be on the finals piste.
They're familiar with each other, but an interesting thing I've seen here is Chen is not taking as many chances shooting forward towards Zhou as she was early on. I believe that the cards she has received have made her a little more timid of some of those actions. You can see a lot of the time her toe is the last piece of her foot, and she is working to keep that contact. And I do wonder if that is taking a little bit of her attention away from her fencing at this moment. It looks like her foot plate is just a little short, or the back of the foot plate is a little short.
And that's often with Category A athletes. There are some differences in the lengths of their legs. Because we see that Chen, one of her feet is touching the foot plate, the other is not. So she needs to redirect her weight to make sure that her other leg is touching the foot plate. Coach is coming in with a strap. Coaches, they can do anything. Now our referees are making sure that Coach is not giving any advice to Chen that would result in a card. It is stressful, Garrett, thinking about how they have to put all their energy into fencing a final, but having to deal with an issue like this that, if not stopped, would result in more and more red cards, which would give Zhou more and more points to a potential victory.
And if she's unable to successfully keep her foot down as she goes forward, then she's going to have to make some adjustments to find Zoe on her way in and look toward more of a counterattack game. Something she is certainly capable of, though, and if she needs to, I am sure we will see it.
Heading into the second period is Zoe from China leading 5-1 in this final in women's epee category A. Both athletes teasing with distance. Zoe's more so in that defense position. Chen trying to tease her out with some offensive movements. Chen secures her second point of this final. Beautiful lunge there from Zoe. A halt was called once again. Chen lifted her foot, and that results in a point to Zoe. Double touch. Epee is the only fencing weapon that if two lights are on, both fencers retain that point. Zoe leads in this final, 8-3.
And as we already had our first break in the match, we did not get a point break at the 8th point.
Zoe again with a lunge. She gets her 10th point. She is just 5 points away from securing that gold medal.
Chen trapping her in her skirt and managing to get the riposte.
Chen with a beautiful hand touch there. 1 minute remaining in the second period. So again, with a lunge, she gets her 11th touch. 36 seconds remaining in the second period. Garrett, I imagine we're going to be going into that third period. Both fencers going in for the attack. Chen having the light that touches hers. 20 seconds remaining. Zoe with a lunge there, with just 7 seconds remaining in the second period. And we are going to break for 1 minute. We're going to enter that third 3-minute period here in the final in women's epee category A. Both athletes have been so patient so far. Zoe, she is in the lead 13-6. A lot of those points, though, are the red card because of Chen lifting.
I may have to eat my words where I said earlier I expected this to go fairly quickly. Both of these fencers showing immense discipline to wait for their moment. Zoe is doing wonderfully at presenting a feint target, a feint attack to target. Chen responding into space, Zoe using that as a moment to break into Chen's timing with opposition and find her target space.
And now we are about to enter the third period of this final in women's epee category A. It is Zoe from China that leads 13-6 against Chen, also from China. Zoe just 2 points away from securing the gold medal.
Ready, allez.
Both fencers playing with the distance. Chen stays in the fight. She gets her 7th point.
Ready, allez.
Both fencers are able to attack, and when they realize that they weren't able to make their target, they are able to retreat so quickly back into their chair.
Anh gặp. Ready, allez.
One thing you can see about both of these fencers, when people train together, they start to emulate one another. A lot of the category A fencers keep their hands forward on the rail, but both of these fencers keep their hands behind their hip.
And by doing so, they go ahead and essentially remove that target area from their opponent. As in epee, their hand is the closest target area to the tip. 1 minute and 40 seconds remains in this final period.
Anh gặp. Ready, allez.
One minute remaining in this period.
Chen making a case for herself to stay in this fight.
Anh gặp. Ready, allez.
So with a beautiful lunge there, she gets her 14th touch, 1 point away from that gold medal. And with that, Zoe is the winner of Women's Epee Category A here in Bradenton, Florida.
Congratulations
That last
to
touch was
Zhou
lightning.
Shifeng, our gold medalist, and Chen Wendong, our silver medalist.
Great fencing from both these fencers. Zoe
Coming up
being
next will be
victorious,
our men's
winning that
4B
bout
gold medal
15-10. That bout, though, was dramatic as like a play. Chen got a lot of cards because she was lifting up her foot from that foot plate. That being said, Chen will be taking home the silver medal, and Zoe will be taking home that gold medal. Fantastic fencing from both these fencers. Again, congratulations on Zoe on winning the Women's Epee Category A event. And now we are preparing for our last final of the individual competition, Garrett. We have Sharanta from Thailand versus Kucha from Great Britain. Both these fencers had stellar semifinals.
I expect to see a lot of attack compose from these two. They're very good at making the other person wave their arms. And when you start to flail and foil, you just give your opponent more target to hit. Although I don't expect to see either of these two flail easily. They're disciplined fencers, they know what they're doing.
Now we are going to be moving from epee, no priority there, where double touches do exist, and we're moving into foil land that has priority, that has a limited target area, that also, again, just is so much different because of the priority. No double touches cannot be counted in foil. And that also goes to show the mental strength that these athletes have to go through. A lot of these athletes, they will fence all 3 weapons all 3 days in a row in individual competition. They have to switch from epee one day to foil the next to sabre. Garrett, as a currently competing athlete, how do you do it? How do you turn on or off your mind from fencing one weapon one day and their conventions to the next?
It's hard at first as a new fencer coming into the field, separating those minute differences and tactical procedures within the weapons. It can be a challenge. For me, I needed physical cues early. I actually switched to a French grip on my epee as a physical cue so that when I held that weapon, I knew I was fencing epee. When I picked up a saber grip, I knew I was fencing saber. When I picked up a pistol grip, I knew I was fencing foil. Now I'm a little more seasoned. I can pick up a pistol grip epee and not start fencing foil. I still have a long way to go, but I'm sure you could ask any fencer in the room and they have their tricks.
Now, these two did defend each other yesterday in epee. It was Kucha who was victorious. He won 15-12. Again, just yesterday in the epee event, where priority isn't even at play. I'm going to take a moment to look at our part where all the information for parafencing lives to see when was the last time these two fenced in foil. Imagine it was rather recent because these two have been on top many podiums this season. Our athletes have set distance. They're just going to make sure that their body wires are all attached to the correct place. And we are going to wait for the presentation of athletes and referees.
Introducing the athletes and officials for the men's foil B gold medal bout. Fencing on your left. From Thailand, Chichipat Chorenta. And fencing on your right. From Great Britain, Dimitri Kucha. Our referee is Pierre Pupati. Video, Andres Quevedo. Our referee assistants are Sato Udeki and Sylvia Delska.
Now we head into our final of the individual competition and of today. Sharanta from Thailand on the left, and then Dimitri Kucha from Great Britain on the right. Kucha is looking to add a double gold to his performance here in Bradenton.
Test. 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 It's on, yeah. Good.
Our referee is having slight difficulties with his mic pack.
Test. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Attaque. Paré. Riposte.
Kucha
Non.
on the
Remise
board
d'attaque.
with 1
Touche.
point.
Point. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Attaque. Offert. Touche. Point. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Attaque de droite. Touche. Point.
Brilliant simple lunge there from Kucha. He increases his lead by
En
3.
garde. Prêt. Allez. Attaque long.
That's 4 points in the row for Kucha.
En garde. Prêt. Allez. Attaque droite long.
Sharanta stops that. Both athletes were able to attack at the same time. Sharanta was able to put his light on, resulting in his first touch of this final.
Attaque offert droite. Touche. Point.
Both lights came on.
Vidéo.
The referee initially awarded the touch to Kucha. Sharanta has asked for a video replay.
La même chose. Attaque. Touche. Point. Attaque offert droite.
Point stays Kucha's. Sharanta is now down to 1 video replay. Kucha in the lead, 5-1.
Prêt. Allez.
A yellow card will be awarded to Kucha. He false started. He moved before the LA.
En garde. Prêt. Allez. Attaque. Touche. Point. En garde. Prêt. Allez. Attaque. Touche. Point.
Kucha is just so fast on his attacks that Sharanta can't even respond to them.
En garde. Prêt. Allez. L'attaque au part de gauche. Touche. Point.
Touch originally awarded to Sharanta. Kucha is asking for a video replay. It's hard to see, Garrett, what happened there. I saw Kucha starting his action after Sharanta ended his.
I believe he's looking for a parry riposte there. It was a lot of actions from Kutia, and many of his attacks that we've gotten, positive single actions out of this match so far were not landing. And I think Sharanta felt like he had thrown enough attacks that it was his turn. Little assistance from the refs in repositioning Dimitri in his chair.
So, la même chose. Paré. Non. First remise. Non. Remise. Touche. Point.
Sharanta keeps that point. Both athletes are down to just 1 video
En garde.
each.
Prêt. Allez. Attaque gauche paré. Riposte droite non valable.
Kucha's parry riposte was hit off target.
Prêt. Allez. Attaque. Touche.
Kucha does a great thing where he times his attack to hitting his opponent right when he comes in for that. At that break, it is Kucha leading 8-2. Now, the last time that these two fenced each other was actually 2 years ago. It was at the World Cup in Brazil in Sao Paulo at their Paralympic Training Center. It was Kucha who won 15-9. Again, fencing foil. We know these two fenced the other day just in epee.
That was the last World Cup before the Paris Games.
It was, and that's where you qualified for the games, right?
I would love to say almost. It was where I tied for first in the weapon in the zone, and I did not have the tiebreaker, but USA Fencing decided to bring me along to fill the vacant team spot, and I will be forever grateful. I was so close.
So close. All right, with that 1 minute break at 8, we are about to begin the second period of this final in men's foil category B.
One video.
It is Kucha who leads 8-2. Both athletes have one video replay remaining. Kucha with another of those touches where he's just able to time his attack so quick. A yellow card will be awarded to Sharanta for false starting. Both athletes have yellow cards for false starting. If they false start again, their opponent will be awarded one additional point. Kucha with a lunge right after the LA. He increases his lead to 10. Sharanta was able to hit Kucha because Kucha was just a bit off of his own guard, really playing into the distance there.
Sharanta appearing a little more stable after that point break. He's not raising and lowering his hand, searching for the blade the way he was.
Attack from Kucha. He is now just 1 point away from claiming his second gold of this tournament. And with that, Kucha is the victor here in men's foil category B. He adds another gold medal to his collection.
Congratulations to Dmitry Kucha, our gold medalist, and Chitipat Chaurenta, our silver medalist.
2 gold
Our
medals,
ceremony
2
will
days in a
begin in
row.
just a few
Congratulations to Kucha and his team, his coaches, and also his supporters. He has a lot of them here in the crowd. We heard them cheering him on. Again, but also congratulations to Sharanta as well. He'll be making his way back to the podium. Great to see both these athletes go day 1, day 2, back onto the podium.
Absolutely. They're no strangers to fencing each other, but a wonderful display today. They both get to take some hardware home. Can't ask for anything more.
Exactly, making the luggage just a bit more heavier. All right, so our winners for the last and final day of individual competition here in Bradenton have been Jaina in the women's foil category B. We have Zhang in men's foil category A. And then in category A, women's epee is Zhu. And then category B, men's foil is Kucha. An awesome lineup of awesome victors. We will be streaming the award ceremony, so please stay tuned for that. Garrett, like I mentioned though, individual fencing is done here at the Bradenton World Cup.
Yes.
Do not worry that we still have lots of more para fencing planned. Tomorrow begins a team event. And you know what's so exciting about the team event? It's going to be mixed. So we'll be doing epee, foil, and sabre. And in these events, it's going to be consisting of 4 athletes from each country, 2 women, 2 men, 2 category A, 2 category B. It's going to go to 20 points. It's going to be an amazing, amazing day of fencing.
And it's our first opportunity as fencers to try this new format.
Especially in sabre. Sabre will be a mixed event at the LA 2028 Paralympic Games. Fantastic day of fencing for the last day of individual events. Thank you for joining. As always, this is Lauren DeLuca and also Garrett Schoonover from Team USA. Individual competition is over. Make sure to follow at Para Fencing on all platforms. Tune in tomorrow for team event. Have a great night.
Please welcome the women's epee A medalists. The medals will be presented by Sean Shoemate, Paralympian and Paralympic referee. Our first bronze medalist from Great Britain, Emma Collis. Our second bronze medalist from Poland, Marta Fidrik. Our silver medalist from China, Chen Yendong. And now our 2026 Bradenton Para Fencing World Cup gold medalist representing China, Zhou Shufeng. And if you're able, please rise for the display of flags and the national anthem of China. My apologies. Stand by, please. Apologies for the delay. If you could just rise and face the flag of China, my apologies. Please welcome the men's 4B medalists. The medals will be presented by Gabriel Tabori Saberwal, member at large representing the Americas on the WPF Sport Executive Committee. The first bronze medalist from China, Feng Yankee. Our second bronze medalist from China, Zufan Li. Our silver medalist from Thailand, Chitipat Chawenta. And our 2026 Bradenton Parafencing World Cup gold medalist representing Great Britain, Dimitri Kucha. If you're able, please rise for the display of flags of the national anthem of Great Britain. Congratulations again to our men's 4B medalists. That concludes today's events. We hope you have enjoyed the competition. Congratulations to all the athletes, and thank you for joining us here at the Bradenton Parafencing World Cup at IMG Academy. Please come back and join us for the team competition tomorrow.